grandparents, neighbors, aunts, uncles, friends that you'd like to be able to see the show, they can log on to YouTube and go to HCJL Show on YouTube. That's Highlands County Junior Livestock Show. No spaces in there. HCJL Show on YouTube. And you'll be able to see this hog show live, streaming live right here from the Highlands County Fairgrounds. All of our livestock shows this year will be there as well. The heifer show, the steer show, and the auction as well on Thursday evening. So grab something to drink. It's going to be hot in here this afternoon. Stay as cool as you can, and we're going to get started here shortly.
Switch it off when you're using it.
Test it, yep.
Yeah, I will, get in there pretty quick. I'll get it level set.
Testing, yeah. Once again, we want to welcome everybody here today to the arena. Going to be a hot day here for the exhibitors and the hogs and everybody attending today, so make sure you grab some sweet tea from the Strawberry Shack or a bottle of water from one of the vendors here at the fair. It's going to be a great show. Again, it is live on YouTube. If you want to tell any of your family or friends, they can log on to YouTube and go to HCJL Show on YouTube. They'll be able to watch the entire show. They can see it and hear it live. The rest of our shows this week will be the same thing. The first show of the fair this year was the poultry show. It was a very successful show. All the technology work, these guys have worked real hard getting our technology set up here, and a couple of video cameras, a couple of different video feeds, zooming in and out. Everything's working great. These guys are doing a good job. So about a quarter to now, so about 15 minutes away from the start of the show, and we'll get rolling. The animals are starting to get set up in the back. HCJL Show on YouTube. If you want to text any friends or family, now would be the time to do that as we're about to kick off the show. And they'll be able to view it live on YouTube. HCJL Show on YouTube. All right, it looks like we got hogs coming near in the ring here. Class 1's getting close, so if I could have your attention, please. If I could get you to stand up for the national anthem, please. Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome each of you to the 2021 Highlands County Fair. This is the Highlands County Junior Livestock Swine Show. This is the second show of this year's fair. It's going to be a hot day today, so grab a bottle of water and sit back and try to stay cool. First class of hogs are going to be entering the ring shortly, but before we do that, I'd like to introduce you to today's judge. Our judge today is Dustin Ehrman. Dustin has been judging for over 20 years and has been judged in 8 states. Dustin and his family own and operate a diversified grain and livestock farm with a focus on show pig production. Dustin also works for Bayer Crop Science and is the area business manager for 13 states in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic region. Dustin and his wife Lily have 2 adult children who showed pigs, cattle, horses at local, state, and national levels. Please give a warm Highlands County welcome to our judge today, Mr. Dustin Ehrman. All right, we've got 97 entrants today in our swine contest. Those 97 hogs are going to be divided into 9 classes across 4 divisions. Weights will range from 235 pounds to 298 pounds. Our Class 1 is ready to enter the ring. Our first contestant today is Dalton Hood. Dalton's hog weighing in at 235 pounds. Next we have Calvin Turner. Calvin's hog weighing in at 236 pounds. Next is Luke Stam. Luke's hog coming in the ring at 238 pounds. Followed by Ethan Bush. Ethan's hog comes in at 239 pounds. Next is Hagen Jacobs. Hagen's hog comes in at 239 pounds as well. Hagen's followed by Hadley Whitehurst. Hadley's hog is 240 pounds. Caleb Scott is next. Caleb Scott's hog weighs 240. And our next contestant is Brianna Johnson. Brianna's hog comes in at 240 pounds as well. And rounding out Class 1 is Emma Welch. Emma's hog comes in the ring at 240 pounds. Judge, this is Class 1 market swine. One correction to the program. There are 12 classes, not 9, 12 classes of hogs today. There are programs here in the arena, printed programs. Thanks to the Junior Livestock Committee for arranging for all the information here today. All right. There you go.
Well, good afternoon. It's sure my pleasure to be here at the Highlands County Fair 2021 version. Again, I know some of you maybe think it's a little warm here today, but coming where I come from, this is heaven on earth. So we probably got 12 to 18 inches of snow on the ground, with another 4 to 6 in the forecast between now and I guess tomorrow night. I also have a brother that lives over in Wood River, Illinois, and the high there today is -2. So again, it's been refreshing to be here in beautiful Central Florida in February. It's also awesome to see the stands full again. I have the opportunity to judge quite a few of these, and I was just trying to think. A year ago, I had the opportunity to judge down at West Palm Beach, and I think I judged one more event in the Midwest after that, and obviously the bottom fell out of this thing, and again, I've got to see a little bit of everything, from one extreme to the other, and again, I'm not going to get on a soapbox here and say which is right or wrong, but I can tell you from my preference, this gives me some hope, knowing I got 45 litters of pigs at home that I got to sell, that there's this kind of energy and excitement. If you will, put your hands together for the folks here in Highland County for putting this thing together. I went ahead and pulled through back here that we'll take a little harder look at, but again, with the size of the show, I just want to make sure we give each and every kid a good opportunity. I want you to, again, kind of every kid to kind of hear sort of my critique around their hog and maybe where they placed, and obviously, again, I don't expect everybody to agree. I just hope when I get done here today that everybody understands and feels like the consistency and the type of hog, and then as we get into the showman, the type of showman that I prefer and like to use and see, again, was consistent. Again, that doesn't mean that has to be your type of hog or your type of showman. Again, I just hope, again, if you'll follow along with me today, that again, you see the kind of consistency and the type of hogs that I like to see, and the kind of hogs that we strive at our place to try and produce in mass numbers. Fourth in this particular class is going to be the young lady with the FFA coat, with the mainly kind of blue blanketed black gilt down there on the far end. Again, a gilt, when this young lady gets this one out, kind of gets her going, she's super striking from the side, super heavy bone in terms of her structure and in terms of her look. Again, she has some elevation and she has some true muscle working down her top shape. Again, I just need to see this hog get out here and kind of grab another gear. She's got a little more swelling in those rear hocks than what I would deem ideal if she would grab and reach and flex and go a little more comfortably and a little quicker. Again, a hog, I think we can make an argument to go ahead and grab a holding pen here on the top three. The young man with the other blue gilt is going to be fifth in this particular class. Again, one that's super striking from the side, really tall front, and kind of has that extension and show pig look out through the front end. We just need to see more hog there. That one is probably one of the lighter muscled, one that's maybe a little more restricted in terms of a rib cage as we get into this particular class. Young man skinning here, done an awesome job working with that hog here all winter. A great job on your behalf. Young lady here with the kind of the off-belted gilt here, off straightaway off to my right here with kind of the bad ear, is going to be next. This is probably one of the power hogs in this particular class in terms of just the sheer amount of muscle and mass that this gilt has working on her skeleton. We just need to make her bigger really all through her entire skeleton. Need to make her taller shoulder, lengthen her about her front end in terms of from her blade forward, but I surely do appreciate the amount of muscle that this gilt has working here in this particular class. Young lady's got one that's tired and wore out there in the center of the ring. That one's going to be next. Again, I think just like the one that bred her in this particular class, again, a hog that has a tremendous amount of muscle. Again, one we just need to extend and make bigger through her entire skeleton to go ahead and compete with those above her. Next going to be the young man with the solid white barrel here off to my left. Again, a real production-oriented hog, one that looks like has went home and converted pounds of feed to pounds of gain. He's just too light in terms of his muscle shape and dimension. When you get up on the top side of this guy's skeleton, we just need to to pull him apart, give him a shot more muscle, but I do like his soundness and flexibility. Young man's done a nice job. Then round the class out with the all black barrel there, him too, just a little finer featured in terms of his structure. We need to stout him in terms of starting at the sawdust here. His foot, he needs to have more bone, and we just need to give him a shot more muscle. But if you would, give those youngsters a nice round of applause as they head back and we get ready to work the top three. We get the top three out here. If you would, give all three of these young gentlemen a nice round of applause for, making the top end here. But again, I think that, to me, the most logical place to start is going to be this young man here off to my right. Again, I think this is the, kind of the combination pig here in this particular drive. This is one that still looks like a lightweight, but again, still has kind of that show pig look and build. Again, it's got the right kind of muscle in terms of where we are weight-wise with this particular gill. Super fresh and youthful up on the top side of her skeleton. Again, really, really stout feature in terms of her foot size and her bone and her skeleton. Again, when we get this one out on the move and step in behind her, super square. Ideally, again, we maybe would like to blend her just a nickel there at her ham-loin junction. But again, we are talking about a lightweight market hog. Young man with the other belted gill on the far end is going to be second in this particular class. Again, I think just from a muscle mass and kind of dimension, internal dimension, she probably does that just as good and maybe even a little better than our class winner in this particular class. Kind of what her lands her in second for me. Of the top three here, she's the smallest footed. She's the lightest in terms of her skeletal build, in terms of her bone work, and really, I wouldn't call her frail, but I would say she's the lightest in terms of her structure, really from the tip of her nose, again, to the bottom of her feet. We'll round out then in third with the calico colored barrel there. He too probably matches our class winner, just a nickel better in terms of foot size and bone and soundness, in terms of, again, just density in terms of his skeleton. He's just too light muscled in terms of, again, where we are in terms of a lightweight hog. When I get up over top this guy, we need to freshen him up, have him pop out to the back side of his blade with just a little more authority and freshness. Again, I do like this guy on the side, get him a shot more muscle. We move him up a spot or two. Nice class. Give those three young men one more nice hand if you would.
Nice job there, everyone. So in third place in this class, we have Ethan Bush. In second place, Caleb Scott. And your winner of Class 1 is Dalton Hood. And coming back for showmanship will be Hadley Whitehurst, Caleb Scott, and Emma Welch. Let's give all these exhibitors a big hand.
Yeah.
And another addition there from Class 1. Coming back also for showmanship will be Ethan Bush from Class 1. All right, looks like Class 2 is ready to enter the ring. We're going to be leading off here with Brooker Rebel. Brooker's hog weighing in at 243 pounds. Next will be Ben Dean. Ben's hog also weighing in at 243 pounds.
We got a hog still. We're getting out of the ring. Is that what we're doing?
Next is Rylan Turner. Rylan's hog weighing in at 245 pounds. Also in this class is Carly Beckman. Carly's hog weighing in at 245 pounds as well. We have Jalen O'Berry. Jalen's hog weighing in at 246 pounds. We have Amber Young. Amber's hog weighing in at 247 pounds. Next we have Jasmine Negron. Jasmine's hog is weighing in at 249. Macy Albritton. Macy's hog also weighing at 249. Paige Benton. Paige's hog is 249 as well. And rounding out this class is Addison Rollerson. Addison's hog weighing in at 251 pounds. Judge, this is Class 2 market swine. We'd like to thank our ring sponsors today, Glade and Grove Supply and Common Ground Realty. Also, our hog board sponsor today is Nucor Florida Steel.
In really deep class here, pick 5 off. We'll take a little harder look at here in a class of, again, 10. 6 going to be this young man here straight away with me with the belted barrel. Again, just a real powerhouse in terms of the shape and the amount of muscle that this guy has. Again, really kind of what landed him in 6 instead of vying for a spot in the top 5. Again, he's just too small really through his whole entire skeleton. Again, one we just need to make bigger in terms of his height of his shoulder. We need to extend him. And then probably in my mind, just again where we are in terms of weight-wise, he's maybe just a little bit past 12 o'clock in the lower 30 of his body cavity. Again, if we could clean him up there just a nickel, make him a notch bigger and through his really entire kind in terms of his skeletal build, one that I like a lot in terms of just the sheer amount of muscle that this guy has working on him. Young lady here in the white shirt with the belted gild is going to be next. Again, one that's kind of striking from the side profile. Really what lands that one in 7th is when we step in behind her. Again, just kind of disappoints in terms of her spread, in terms of her skeletal build, really kind of from her hooks to her pins. She carries that all the way down to the ground. Again, if we could just kind of pull that one apart as she comes out of her blade to her entire skeleton, I like that one from the side. We can make an argument to move that one up. Young lady driving what would be a spot appearing barrel is going to be 8th in this class. Again, a real monster in terms of just his power and sheer muscle dimension. Again, he just needs to be bigger in his kind. Need to clean him up through the lower third of his body, up and through his jowl, which again is somewhat of a breed character. But again, if that's a purebred spot, that's an awfully nice hog to go ahead and land in 8th place. 9th going to be the young lady with the all-white gild. Again, one that we like from the side, one that has some show pig look when we step off to the side. Again, this one too, we just need to open up, power this one up through the whole portion of her body, give her a shot more muscle. And we'll round the class out again with the all-black gilt. Again, one that we need to give a shot more feature in terms of bone and foot, and then also give that one a shot more muscle and have that one balance up just a nickel better from the side. Give those 5 exhibitors a nice hand if you would. If you would, put your hands together for these five. Again, when you travel 1,200 miles, this is what you hope to see when you step in between the pipes, if you will. Five really, really unique and good individuals, really in their own right. And again, kind of as I started the hog show off, I'm sure there's going to be some folks along ringside. How we kind of sort these will be a little more disappointed. And again, I take that extremely serious, and I understand the amount of time and effort and energy, the cash, time that goes into these things. And again, I think when I get them out here and break them, it's a logical place for me to start is going to be this young lady over here to my right. Again, I think that particular barrel, again, just to get puts together the most positives for me today. He's very fresh, very youthful. Again, right kind in terms of his foot size. Again, carries all that mass that he has coming out of the top side of his blade. Carries that extremely square all the way to the ground. I'll be the first to tell you again, and I'm not here to complain or critique your committee or whatever. The footing at times makes it a little more difficult to evaluate maybe one going away, but the longer you kind of study that one, again, I think he's the truest and the squarest on either end of the skeleton, and still fresh and youthful when I get up on top of him. Nice barrel here to kind of go ahead and start off this particular class with. Young lady here with this calico pig is going to be second in this class. And again, when you get off to the side of this guy, he probably resembles our class winner in terms of look. He's probably a nickel more elevated at the point of his shoulder. Again, kind of what separates him from me is two things. One is I'm just a little challenged with his left rear. When he wants to go and plant, he wants to kind of get outside of himself. He doesn't want to go to the ground maybe as square as what I would hope. And again, I would maybe call him just a little bit past 12 o'clock in the lower third of his body cavity. Young lady here coming at me here with the off belt is going to be next in this particular class. Again, a barrel that, again, has some really good pieces about him. Again, another one that's fresh and youthful. He just doesn't balance and blend quite as well as those two above him. He wants to get just a little high there in his jump muscle, where his ham and his loin kind of tie in together. He wants to get a little more compact and kind of what I would call bunched up in terms of his blade forward, in terms of his neck and his head set. If we could extend him there, blend him right there to his ham loin. Again, one we can argue to move up a spot or two. Young man here with the blue gill, one that I just love from the side profile. If we're just judging them on the side profile, or if this is a breeding gill class, we run this one all the way up to the front real fast, just again from a functionality, a look from the side, where she lands up and fourth in this particular class. She's the most refined and the most tight in terms of her heart. If we can open her up, give her a shot more curvature in terms of her rib cage and just blow her apart through her whole entire skeleton, that one from the side we can run a long, long way. Young lady here with the thin belted gill will be next. Again, of the group, again, like this one from the side profile, where we step in behind this one and see this one coming at us. This one is one of the lighter muscled ones in terms of the way she carries her power and dimension all the way to the ground. Again, if we could just blend and balance her and have her come with a little more stifle, if you will, driving away, one we can make an argument to move up a spot or two. Five outstanding market hogs. Again, hope you understand the way I placed them.
Let's give all these folks a nice hand. Nice job here in Class 2. The third place in Class 2 is Macy Albritton. Second place is Jalen O'Berry. And your winner of Class 2 is Amber Young. Coming back for showmanship out of Class 2 will be Brooker Rebel, Addison O'Berry, Amber Young, and Macy Albritton. Let's give them a big hand. Nice job, everyone. All right, Class 3 now entering the ring. Competing in Class 3 this afternoon is going to be Colton Bice. Colton's hog will weigh in at 252 pounds. Carly Euro. Carly's hog also weighs in at 252 pounds. Also in Class 3, we have Kylie Gibbons. Kylie's hog weighing in at 253. Next is Tyler Bird, again, 253 pounds. Joe Cooper is in this class as well. Joe's hog weighing in at 255 pounds. Madison Cornell is next in this class. Madison's hog weighing in at 257 pounds. Rounding out this class is Faith Zahn. Faith's hog weighing in at 258 pounds. I want to give a big thank you today to the young men running the live video feed here on YouTube today. We have Michael Wilkinson, Kai Pollard, and Jackson McCracken, all from the Avon Park Senior FFA here, who have set up the video cameras today and made these connections work. You literally can watch this swine show live all around the world, and right now there's almost 80 people watching live online. So good job getting the word out, everybody. All of the livestock shows this week will be live online on YouTube. HCJL Show, Highlands County Junior Livestock Show on YouTube. Again, we want to thank our hog board sponsor today, Nucor, Florida. And our ring sponsors today are Common Ground Realty and Glade and Grove Supply. We want to thank them.
I'll start at one. Yeah. Another nice class here. Again, smaller in numbers. Again, quality's pretty good, but again, I would be remiss if I didn't say this is what, a couple of pounds on the scale, and again, this is somewhat of a lottery and the luck of the draw. Again, not taking anything away from any of these kids in this particular class, but again, I think we run that top five from the previous class out here, and we're having a little different discussion. With that being said, though, I do believe there is a clear-cut winner out here within their contemporaries in this class. That's this young lady right here in front of me with this gray belted gilt. Again, just a really nice, well-prepared, real kind of a good-looking show pig from the side. Again, a hog that has some muscle, a hog, again, that tall at the point of her shoulder, one that's stout enough in terms of her feature. One maybe when I step in behind her, I challenge maybe, is she square enough going away? But again, in this with her contemporaries here in this particular class, I thought she was good enough to go ahead and win this class, and in my mind, do it relatively easy. Young lady with the blue, dark blue barrel down there, 206 on the far end, is going to be second in this particular class. I really like this one in terms of just his sheer muscle mass and dimension. Again, just a couple of things we'd like to change about him. If we can make him bigger and he's kind, if we can extend him from his blade forward, clean him up about his neck and his head and his face, and give him just a shot more stoutness in terms of his structure and feature. Again, and one I think we could argue to move up a spot or two here in this particular class. Young lady with the other blue gilt here off to my right is going to be next in this particular class. Again, one that has some pieces striking from the side. Again, she just needs to be blown apart, opened up, and gave a shot more muscle, really through an entire skeleton to go ahead and move up any higher in this particular class. Young lady number 12 with the belted gilt will be next out. Again, one that does have maybe a nickel more muscle working in her. Again, one that just doesn't handle it quite as well off of either end of her skeleton. One if we could just maybe change her there a nickel. Again, we do appreciate the amount of muscle that she has working in her, and one we could maybe move up. 177, that young man will be next here in this particular class. Again, one that has some look from the side, one again that we just need to reconstruct, especially from behind, one that just, again, has a little too much swelling, and again, one that just doesn't flex and go with enough ease out here to go ahead and land any higher. Young man with the Duroc appearing barrel will be next out. Again, one for his breed. When we get this guy out and get him going, a hog that looks relatively good out here, looks fresh and youthful. Again, we just need to blend and balance him and nickel more. And then we had a young man with a blue barrel, I believe, that went ahead and exited a little earlier. Again, a hog that I like from the side profile. I thought he was just the lightest one in terms of his muscle shape and dimension here in this particular class. Just one word to the wise. Again, it is relatively warm and a little humid. Make sure you get your hogs cooled down good with water back in the pen and up here in the holding area. And then just to do us all a favor, make sure you're being courteous to all of the other showmen. As once you come into the show ring, if you'll work off here like where I'm standing, that way we make sure we can get everybody in and out in a timely manner. Great job. Give those kids a nice round of applause if you would.
Nice job, everyone. All right, here in Class 3, in third place, we have Madison Cornell. In second place is Kylie Gibbons. And your winner of Class 3 is Carly Euro. Nice job to all these exhibitors. Coming back for showmanship out of Class 3 will be Colton Bice, Carly Euro, and Kylie Gibbons. Let's give these showmen a nice hand. Yeah. So the winner from each class is what's coming. All right. Now we're going to have our division drive here. Be the winners from each of the first three classes. So the winner of Class 1 entering the ring will be Dalton Hood. The winner from Class 2 is Amber Young. And the winner from Class 3 was Carly Euro. Judge, these are your class winners from Class 1, 2, and 3, your Division 1 drive.
How about a nice round of applause here for our class winners in Division 1. Again, I think, all three super good in their own right. Obviously, yes, there is some difference in types and kind, and again, kind of when we get to this stage, and we talked about classes 2 and 3, and, kind of how maybe that ball would have bounced a little different if the scale would have bounced a pound or two differently. But again, I think all three of these, what they represent extremely well. When you get them out here together, you break them down, really starting here to sawdust or to sand, all the way up through, again, the one to me is the most fresh in terms of her turn to their top, the one that looks like a market hog, the one that's square, coming and going, fresh, youthful, skin and hair looks tremendous. This young lady here off to my left will be your champion here in Division 1.
So Jalen O'Berry will be coming back into the ring then, as he was a runner-up in Class 2.
We get that calico colored barrel there, second in that really tough and deep class out here. And, you know, unfortunately, he wants to come out here and fight just a nickel more. And again, when we talked about him in class, that, you know, really is the challenge for me is, again, a little bit of the depth of the footing and then just kind of the way he wants to plant and drive in that footing. Again, I wouldn't say he's horrendous from behind, but I get challenged at times if he's good enough from behind. And the more he gets out here and gets kind of hot and tired and wants to fight here a nickel more, that kind of magnifies that issue maybe just a nickel more. And as I talked about him maybe in class, you know, ideally would he be maybe just a nickel trimmer through the lower third of his body cavity again, but one that tremendous elevation again from the side profile, fresh enough in terms of when you get on the top side of him, the way he explodes out of his blade. But again, just kind of the way things go. Again, not to sound like a broken record, I'm going to be as critical as I can, but also use the best ones at the end of the day. The young lady with the gray one will be reserved.
All right, let's put a big hand together for all these young people here competing today. Your division reserve is going to be Carly Euro. And number one in this division is Amber Young. Let's give them a nice hand. Very nice job, everyone. All right, we have Class 4 entering the ring now. Competing today in Class 4 will be Kimberly Lopez. Kimberly's hog weighing in at 259 pounds. We also have Eli Rollerson. Eli's hog also weighing in at 259 pounds. We have Kaylee Bush. Kaylee's hog weighing in at 260. We have Seth Bush. His hog weighing 260 as well. Next is TJ Mercer. TJ's hog coming in the ring at 261 pounds. We have Lily Stam. Lily's hog also at 261. Next is Cullen Lay. Cullen's hog again 261. Next in this class is Marley Brooker. Marley's hog weighing 261. And rounding out this class is Cody Campbell. Cody's hog again coming in the ring at 261 pounds. Judge, this is Class 4 Market Swine. We'd like to thank our ribbon helpers in the ring today, Kaylee Howerton and Ansley Ghost. Let's give them a big hand for helping out with our ribbons today. Nice job, ladies. Again, we're thankful for all of our sponsors. Today's show sponsors are Common Ground Realty and Glade and Grove Supply, along with our hog board sponsor, Nucor Steel. We'd also like to thank Brooker Fence for providing the chain link fencing for the livestock barn this year to help with airflow to keep us from having to close the big doors. So thank you to Brooker Fence.
Nice class here to get started with in the the second division. Pulled 3 out here to take a little harder look at. We can go ahead and run that one back in if you would. But fourth place in this particular class is going to be this young lady with the blue gilt here off to my left. I believe her number is 22, I believe. Again, a real high quality kind of a gilt. Again, one that maybe just doesn't balance quite as well from a market hog perspective. Again, you get to looking and sort of evaluating and where does that one fit. And again, there's some really, really good pieces about that gilt in terms of, again, her look and her build. Again, we would probably need to shorten her up a nickel kind of from flank to flank. Have her blend and balance just a nickel better there, kind of her ham-loin junction, and give her just a shot more kind of sheer muscle mass when we get up on the top side of her skeleton. Put a nice gilt to go ahead and land in fourth. Young man with the lot of blue bear down there will be fifth, and he's the opposite side of the coin to the gilt we just left out. This one is quite honestly just too much. Just has too much muscle, too much kind of raw shape. It just doesn't blend and balance and all kind of come together in a show pig package. But again, we do have to appreciate just the sheer amount of muscle that he has. Again, he just doesn't handle it out here. He wants to get a little shorter and a little rounder in terms of his hip. And then again, with that much muscle, he just wants to get out here and kind of paddle from behind. Again, if we could just kind of loosen him up and tone him down in terms of his muscle shape, again, one that I appreciate some things about. Young lady 44 with the Duroc appearing gilt will be next out. Again, one that I like from the side profile. Kind of what lands that one next in this particular class is, again, that one just doesn't have enough sheer muscle mass and kind of center dimension and body when that one comes and goes. If we could open that one up, again, just a sheer stoutness in terms of foot size, feature, boldness of her blade. Again, I think one we can make an argument to run up a spot or two higher here in this particular class. She just a little shallower in terms of her heart. Again, just need to pull that one apart. Young man with kind of the black polka dotted black on both ends of his from his head to his butt there. Again, was going to be next out in this particular class. Again, a hog that has some muscle, one that just doesn't blend and balance maybe quite as well. Again, another one that's a little flatter in terms of his heart. Again, but a nice barrel to land there next. The black spotted hog with the upright ears will be next out. Again, one that's a little lower fronted, a hog that probably does supersede the one in front of him in terms of just hip and hind leg and stifle and mass. Again, he just doesn't blend and balance off the side profile. And then we'll round out the class with the young man with the red pig with the upright ear. Again, one we just need to stouten in terms of feature and give that one a shot more muscle. But if you would, give those exhibitors a nice hand as we get ready to work your top three. Nice group here up on the top end. Young lady, I believe that's a 105 with the black-legged gilt there going across in front of me. Is going to win this class and do so relatively handily in my mind. Again, one that puts together a lot of the things we've, I've tried to talk about here today. Again, kind of starting there with the sand in terms of just foot size and spread, stoutness of feature, again, heaviness of structure. Again, hog where you get off to the side kind of has that show pig look in terms of face and elevation from her blade forward. And then when you get up on top of this one's just an absolute animal in terms of her spread up high. Be a little nitpicky. She's maybe a nickel shorter hip, maybe a little rounder hip in terms of the way her pin set lays in and where her tail lays there. But again, I thought won this class and won it pretty handily. Young man with the all-black gilt is going to be next in this class. Again, I thought just from a contemporary standpoint and look from the side, positive and having some muscle and some dimension, I thought that one was next best here in this particular class. She probably falls in second just on just sheer amount of kind of dimension and then also just stoutness of feature and bone and heaviness of structure, but an awfully nice gilt to land in second. Then the painted up gilt here will be third. Again, I like this gilt a tremendous amount when I get off from the side. Really, really striking in terms of her look from the side. Again, just one that's a little finer featured, one that maybe wants to go and stab just a little harder, especially when we get her out here in the final against the other two of her contemporaries here for the top three. But again, real nice design one. Again, just gets kind of out horsepowered, if you will, by those two above her. Nice class. Give them a hand if you would.
All right, nice job, everyone. So third place here in Class 4 is Kaylee Bush. Second place is Cullen Lay. And your winner of Class 4 is Kimberly Lopez. Nice job, everyone. I'll have showmanship for you here in just a moment. All right, coming back for showmanship out of Class 4 will be Kimberly Lopez, Seth Bush, Lily Stam, and Molly Booker. Let's give these showmen a big hand. Nice job, everyone. And now we have Class 5 entering the ring. Competing today in Class 5 are Kinsey Bean. Kinsey's hog weighing in at 262 pounds. Davin Stewart, Davin's hog weighing in at 262 as well. Chase Cronin, Chase's hog weighing 262 also. Next we have Dale Laflamboy, Dale's hog weighing in at 263 pounds, 263. Next is Victoria Cornell, Victoria's hog weighing in at 263. Next is Avery Hurst. Again, Avery's hog weighing 263. And rounding out this class with a 263-pound hog also is Cole Landos. Judge, this is Class 5 Market Swine.
little smaller group here in terms of numbers, which again, and then the quality, I think, kind of fell together, relatively quickly and easily for me. Well, the class winner is going to be a young man there, 195, with kind of the painted up gilt there on the far end going across. Again, just a real good combination, kind of a gilt here. Again, starting at the ground, a gilt that, again, has some look, and when you get on the top side of her skeleton, relatively fresh, maybe ideally you'd like to give her just a nickel bigger hind leg, but again, versus her contemporaries here in this class, that one wins, and in my mind wins relatively easy. Young lady with the black, kind of polka dotted, butted, and black-headed one down there at the far end in the gate is going to be next in this class. Again, a gilt that I like quite a bit, one that, again, from the side is awful striking in terms of her look and her build. Again, we get on top of this one. She's maybe just a nickel longer in terms of her side. If we could maybe just short her just a nickel from flank to flank, give her just a shot more explosion, and what I would call, maybe just freshness and turn to her top side of her loin edge. She just wants to get a little plainer. Again, if we could just freshen her up there on the top side and shorten her just a nickel from flank to flank. Again, I think that one gives our class winner maybe a run for her money here in this particular class. Young lady with the all white gilt is going to be next. And again, if we're just judging them on the side profile, this one probably wins, and it wins relatively easy. Just again, this one is really, really striking, dead level, again from the side profile. Tall shoulder, extended really from her blade forward. Again, this one just gets beat in terms of just overall mass and dimension, really through her whole entire skeleton to go ahead and compete with those two above her. But I do like her sound, functional kind of look from the side. We just need more hog. That young man there with the other black kind of spotted up a gilt there going across the center is going to be next. And again, this is another one of those that's probably just got a little too much. Again, if we could, tone this one down, give this one just a shot more, less muscle, really throughout its entire skeleton. This one can get out and go just a little more comfortable. This is just a little, again, too much, too round, too compact. We can move that one up any higher. Young man here, I believe, number 80, with the painted up gilt there. Excuse me, it's going to be next in this class. Again, we like, quite a bit from the side. She just wants to get outside of herself, but she's going from behind. Again, if we could just reconstruct those rear two legs, there again, that's when we can maybe make an argument to move up a spot or two. Young man with the red kind of spotted pig here is going to be next in this particular class, just from his shield, muscle and dimension that this one has. Again, one we need to reconstruct, redefine and kind of get that one a little better looking from the side profile. Taller shoulder, extend that one from his blade forward. And then we'll round out the class with the black down-eared gilt over there. Again, one that we need to just stouten her feature and give her a shot more muscle. Nice class. Give those 7 exhibitors a nice hand if you would.
All right, nice job, everyone. Here in Class 5, your third place is Victoria Cornell. Second place is Kinsey Bean. And your winner of Class 5 is Dale Laflamboy. Nice job, everyone. Coming back for showmanship out of this class will be Dale Laflamboy. Let's give him a big hand here. Nice job showing today. I want to give a big shout out to the seniors here that are showing today in our swine show. The various schools across the county. Today's seniors are Brianna Johnson, Victoria Cornell, Chase Cronin, Olivia Hodo, Avery Hurst, Morgan Miller, and Faith Zahn. Let's give all these seniors a big hand here. Takes a lot to put this show on, a lot of people to thank today. We want to thank the Highlands County Farm Bureau, Highlands County Cattle Women's Organization, and the Highlands County Cattlemen, also the 4-H Foundation, FY Hart and Sons. Big help there on the steer and heifer weigh-in. We appreciate the Highlands County Commissioners for helping us out as well. Highlands County Road and Bridge and Waste Connections. All right, now we're ready for Class 6, entering the ring. We'll begin with Kaylin Mercer. Kaylin's hog weighing in at 264 pounds. Ashley Elder. Ashley's hog weighing in at 265 pounds. We have Jody Susie. Jody's hog weighing in at 266 pounds. Natalie McNabb. Natalie's hog weighing in at 266 as well. Next is Angelie Johnson. Angelie's hog weighing in at 266. Next is Caden Smith. Caden's hog weighing 267. Next is Abby Elder. Abby's hog weighing in at 268. Then we have Sierra Corby. Sierra's hog weighing in at 269 pounds. Rounding out this class is Rhett Smith. Rhett's hog weighing in at 269 as well. Judge, this is Class 6, Market Swine. We'd like to give a big thank you to all the Highlands County 4-H Club leaders, extension agents, and faculty, Highlands County FFA advisors and FFA alumni groups, the School Board of Highlands County. Also a big help, as always, is Sebring Tractor Service. We'd like to thank Sheriff Paul Blackman as well, the Highlands County Fair Association, Sebring Firemen Incorporated. I want to thank the Okeechobee Livestock Committee for loaning us some pins this year for our poultry show. Big thank you to Brad Hart Construction this year for helping us out with the scaffolding for our live stream today. Hotel accommodations this year were provided for our judges by the Residence Inn. A big thank you to our area veterinarians. We couldn't do this without them, Dr. Jacob Hines and Dr. Kirchman, for helping us out at weigh-in and all the vet checks throughout the years. We appreciate Jim Fortner for helping us out with the sound every year. Another big thank you to Jennifer Swain here in the ring today. She's our photographer today. Jennifer's taking pictures of all the exhibitors today. There'll be a link to the photos of all the exhibitors on the Highlands County Junior Livestock Facebook page. You'll be able to see all the pictures from today's events. For all of you runners in the audience, you want to save the date for the 6th annual Run the Ranch 5K. That'll be March the 6th at Rafter T Ranch. So put that in your calendar, March the 6th, the annual Run the Ranch.
Another nice class. Went ahead and pulled 3 off. Young man there, 127, is going to be 4th in this particular class. And I really like a lot of things about that gilt. And again, when she come in the ring, I really like her kind of upheadedness and square from blade to knee to ground. Get on top of this one. She's got some spread. Again, she's very, again, kind of fresh in terms of her top shape. Again, then when I step in behind this one, again, this one just isn't good enough from behind, especially that left rear. Again, if we could clean this one up in terms of her hocks and have that one go just a nickel more comfortably and squarely from behind, again, that one we can move up and run quite a ways with an awfully kind of nice gilt to go ahead and land in 4th hole. Young lady there, I believe it's 134 with kind of the thin belted belt barrel there in the center of the ring is going to be next. Again, I really like the kind of the front 2/3 of this guy. Again, he's really ultra kind of burly in terms of his makeup and his stoutness of his feature. Kind of what lands him in 5th is he just gets a little shallower and a little plainer. As I see him back there in his flank, if we could give this guy just a little more natural fill and get him to kind of drop there in his flank and blend and balance just a nickel better there on the side profile, again, that's one that we can move up a spot or two here in this particular class. Young lady with the all-white gilt, 89 down there on the far end is going to be next. And again, one that has some look from the side, one that just sort of doesn't blend and balance. She gets a little more stale on the top side of her skeleton. When I see her right there at her chine bone, she wants to get a little soft right there behind her blade. Again, if we could kind of stouten her there and have her blend and balance there and stronger in terms of her top line, and again, kind of square and balance her, again, kind of from her pin set back. Again, a gilt that has some muscles, very fresh and youthful in terms of her look. One that I think, again, we can move up and run with for a while. Young lady over here with the blue barrel is going to be next in this class. And again, one that maybe is just a little bit past 12 o'clock in terms of, again, how he's freshness on the top side of his skeleton. He, too, wants to maybe just get a nickel outside of himself out here on the go. But, again, one that I like on the side profile. Nice kind of a hog here. Again, just need to freshen him up, square him, and have him go and balance just a nickel better here in this particular class. Young lady behind me, kind of the same thing. A hog that has a tremendous amount of muscle. Again, he just doesn't handle it in the right way. He's getting a little past 12 o'clock in the lower third of his body cavity. And really what kind of separates him there is he definitely wants to get outside of himself from behind on the roll. Again, if we can square him and balance him, do appreciate the amount of muscle he has. And then round the class out with the belted kind of painted up gilt there next. Again, one that to me is probably the lightest muscled here in this class, one that doesn't blend and balance quite as well in terms of her top line and her flank. Nice gilt, though, to land in this spot in this class. Give all those exhibitors on the way out a nice round of applause, if you would.
All right, we'll get going again here in just a couple of minutes. Get some. Couple of these hogs are definitely hot today. It looks like everybody's hand on the wood. Let's give a big hand for all the ring help in here today, helping us move these hogs in and out of here very safely today. Appreciate all the hard work these guys are doing.
It's still working, but we get the top three out here in this particular class. And again, some give and take in each and every one of them. But again, kind of when I get back and look at, positive columns, negative columns, again, the one that puts together the most positives is going to be this young lady, 104, here off to my right. Again, just super stout in terms of this one's skull. When this one comes out of the holding pen, he is just so busted open, really there starting at the ground. He's really good from the top side of his blade to his knee to the ground, eat up on top of this guy. And he's super, super fresh, super youthful in terms of his turn to his top. This guy, I wish he carried that same mass and power down into the center portion and the stifle of his ham. Again, I think if we do that, we make an argument that he wins for fun. Next is going to be the young man here with the other belted hog here in this particular class. Again, one that has some really good unique pieces about him from the side. Kind of what gets this particular gilt beat. Again, she just doesn't blend and balance quite as well, especially right there in her ham-loin junction. If we could kind of just power her up and stout her up, you get kind of freshen her up, maybe just a nickel right there along her loin edge, and blend that right there in her ham-loin. Again, one that we can make an argument to move up a spot. Then the blue gilt, again, to round up out the class, again, one that has some look from the side. He just wants to, again, get a little more PC, wants to get a little roachy right there in the top side of his skeleton, right there in the center portion of his top line. If we can blend and balance him there, give him a shot more kind of internal dimension right there through his heart and the center portion of his rib cage, one we can make an argument to move up. Nice class. Give those three a nice round of applause.
All right, your in third place here for Class 6 is Abby Elder. In second place is Rhett Smith. And your winner of Class 6 is Angela Johnson. Coming back for showmanship out of Class 6 will be Angela Johnson. All right, so our Division 2 drive now will be the first place winners from Class 4, 5, and 6. That's Kimberly Lopez, Dale Lafamboy, and Angela Johnson competing here in the Division 2 drive.
If you would put your hands together here for our three youngsters in the Division II drive here. Again, I think obviously hopefully some similarities and not just in the color pattern of the pigs. Again, I think when we study all three of these, again, really starting here at the sand. Again, stout in terms of their feature, hogs that are opened up and powered up. And again, all three of them, when you get on the top side of their skeleton, look fresh, look youthful, look like they just, again, the kids did a good job getting them ready and having them targeted here for today. And again, that's really, really difficult to do. I think when we get them all three out here, again, there's some give and take on each one of them. But the one, again, that probably
Ready to go?
the one that hits me the hardest would be this young lady with the thin belted gill going across the center of the ring down there. 105.
So, Cullen Lane.
Cullen Way has joined the ring now.
There we go.
Is that me? Woke everybody up. Again, we dropped that all-black one that was second in class to our champion again. That one falls, right here in the mix relatively quickly. Again, just, based on type and kind and, look and balance and freshness and again, but I thought it was really kind of a two-dog race, if you will, for Grand in this particular drive. The young lady driving 104 will be your reserve. Give her a nice round of applause.
All right, second place here in this division is Angeli Johnson, and your winner is Kimberly Lopez. Let's give them all a big round. Nice job, everyone. Check. Yep. All right. All right, entering the ring now is Class 7. In Class 7, we have Titan Jacobs. Titan's hog weighing in at 270 pounds. We have John McCracken. John's hog weighing 271. Riley Culbertson. Riley's hog weighing 272. Lily Porter. Lily's hog also weighing 272. Summer Robinson. Summer's hog, again, 272. Lanaya Rumberger. Lanaya's hog weighing 272 as well. Kaylin McWaters is in this class with a 274-pound hog. And rounding out this class is Ryan Scott. Ryan Scott's weighing 274 as well. Judge, this is Class 7 market swine.
Another nice group pulled three out here. This young man, 122, with the kind of off-belted barrel here, is going to be next out again in fourth in this particular drive. Again, a barrel that has some look from the side, a hog that's relatively fresh and youthful, kind of when you get on the top side of his skeleton. He just gets a little more plainer and a little more disappointing when I view this guy from behind. Again, a little plainer in terms of the center portion of his ham down into his stifle. Just even give him a shot more kind of natural width and dimension there, and maybe just a nickel more flank. Young lady 182, kind of the same sort of thing there. That hog, the front 2/3 of that one, I liked extremely well, and kind of flopped back and forth on that one right out of the gate of catching a pen. Again, I really like the front 2/3 of this one in terms of look and freshness and build. Again, probably what kind of surfaces there for that one. That one's just way too short hip, way too round hip. And again, one that, ideally we would maybe make a nickel taller at the point of its shoulder to kind of have that blend and balance. But again, we just need to lengthen that one, again, kind of from her pin set back and level her tail set, pull her tail up on top of her. Number 6 will be next out. Again, one that probably has that extra kind of look from the side. That one, and to me, is probably the lightest muscled one here in this particular class. You get up on the top side, and especially when you're going away, that one is just, again, maybe just a little too fine and just doesn't have maybe as much, again, just true dimension and muscle, especially on the top side of its skeleton. Young man with the belted barrel will be next. That one does have a little more, kind of spread on the top side of his skeleton. He just doesn't balance in proportion. He's just a little too longer in terms of his body, a little shorter and rounder about his hip. And then we'll round out the class with the blue one that is a little fresher on the top side of his skeleton. We just need to reconstruct that guy from behind. Nice class. Give those exhibitors a nice hand as we get ready to work your top 3. Nice class here again on the top end, and again, I think we got a pair up here again. It turns into maybe a personal preference game, and a couple things that you'd like to change about each and every one of them. But kind of as I step back and kind of evaluated them here a little longer, and I do apologize for that. Again, the one to me that just is the most complete, the most fault-free, the most balanced. I do hate his haircut. Be this young lady with the belted barrel in front of me. What I mean by the haircut, again, in today's environment and world, I just like to see the hogs have a little more natural hair. And yes, this is a hog show, and some of those things matter, but when we get past that, we break this hog down, especially when he's coming and going, that's where he, in my mind, really, really wins the class. When this guy comes out of the holding pen, he is so busted open, so true in terms of his blade to knee to ground. You get up over on the top side of this guy's skeleton, really opened up and busted open. Again, really, really fresh down in terms of his loin edge and top. And then again, probably the biggest thing that separates him from 1 and 2 in this class is how square this guy is from his pin set back. Again, and then when he drives away, he is almost perfect in terms of from hip to knee to ground. Again, really, really nice hog to lead this class off. We put a little shag on him, and I like him even better. Young lady with the black-headed kind of off-belted one here from behind is going to be second. Again, he does have more of that kind of what I would call look and skin and hair about him that I like a whole lot better. Again, this young lady has done an outstanding job with that skin and hair all summer long. Those of you along ringside that don't have hogs, again, to keep on that white and have that hair look that kind of glistening and shining didn't happen when she got here yesterday. That happened day after day after day after day in the barn. Young lady should be commended for that. Again, this barrel also, get away from that, is too so high quality in his own kind. Again, one that's really, really busted open, fresh in terms of his top shape. He just wants to get a little quicker, wants to get a little rounder, especially from his pin set back. If we could jerk that tail up on top of him and square him right there, again, I love that barrel, whole bunch. Nice pair to go up here on the top end. Young man going in third, again, run into a buzzsaw class. You got a really, really high quality gill of your own here in this particular class. Kind of where she gets outbeat here in this class is coming out of the gate. She's the most shallowest, the most narrowest as she comes out of the holding pen. She gets a little shallower in terms of her heart and her forerib. We can pry this one apart. Maybe make her just a nickel taller shoulder. Again, her freshness and the amount of muscle that she has working in her, I really, really appreciate that about them. Heck of a nice trio of market hogs in this class. Let's give those three a nice round of applause.
All right, here in Class 7, third place is John McCracken. Second place is Kaylin McWaters. And your winner of Class 7 is Lanaya Rumberger. Nice job, everyone. Coming back for showmanship will be Summer Robinson, Lanaya Rumberger, and Kaylin McWaters. All right, looks like we have Class 8 ready to enter the ring. Here in Class 8, we have Bracy O'Berry. Bracy's hog weighing in at 275 pounds. We have Oren Stevens. Oren's hog weighing in at 275. Next is Morgan Miller, also a 275-pound hog. Next is Reese Richards. Reese's hog weighing in at 276. Then Riley Danzy. Riley's hog also 276. Next is Grady Perry. Grady's hog at 276. Then we have John Addison. John's hog weighing 276. Next is Claire McClellan. Claire's hog weighing 276. And rounding out this class is Macy Howard. Macy's hog also 276. Judge, this is Class 8, Market Swine. We'd like to remind everyone of the memorial funds that have been established as part of our Highlands County Junior Livestock family. The Karen McKinnon Memorial Fund, the Andrew Stevens Memorial Fund, and the Madison Stein Scholarship Fund in memory of Eric Stein. If you'd like information about contributing to any of these funds, you can visit the buyer's table on Thursday night and get information, or you can also contact Lisa Collins here at the announcer's booth, and she can get you the information for contributing to these funds. Also, remember to save the date for the 6th annual Run the Ranch 5K. That'll be March 6, 2021 at Rafter T Ranch. A great event you don't want to miss. Our auction sponsors this year are the Highlands County Farm Bureau, the Andrew Stevens Memorial Fund, Glisson's Animal Supply, and Diamond R Fertilizer. We want to thank them for sponsoring our auction this year.
Another nice group, pulled three to take a little harder look at. Again, some really, high quality hogs left out here in the ring. Fourth in this class is going to be the young lady there with the white top and the ponytail or the braids, I guess. Nope, in the white. She just never mind. I get caught up with that. Again, the blue eye, or kind of blue mask barrel there, again, has some real quality attributes about him when we get him out here and get him going. Again, he's probably, just the one we'd like to change a piece or two about him, like to kind of clean him up really at the top side of his pole and the crest of his neck, clean him down into his jowl, and maybe make him just a nickel smaller in terms of length of body and square him going away. But a hog that has some look and some muscle and dimension, I thought the most logical place to land in fourth. Fifth is going to be the young man kind of with the calico barrel there, 21 by the exit gate. Again, a barrel that has some look and some design and build. Again, he just doesn't balance up and doesn't probably bring some of the extras in terms of flexibility and design that some of them above him do here in this particular class. Next is going to be the young lady, 42, with the other sort of calico-colored gilt. Again, much similar to the barrel there in front of her in class. Again, one that has some quality show-pig look about it. Again, one we just need to make taller shouldered, one we need to kind of change from blade to knee to ground and open that one up. And again, just make that one nickel taller shouldered. And again, probably freshen that one on the top side of her skeleton to go ahead and move up any higher. Young lady with the mostly blue gilt there, 30, about 3 there in the center, again, is going to be next. Again, this one is probably one of the fresher ones in the class. Again, has some muscle working on the top side of her skeleton. She too, again, just a little bit too long, a little too, again, kind of from flank to flank. If we could just kind of shorten and compact this one, give her a shot more kind of internal dimension and rib cage to go along with all that look. Again, one I think we could make an argument to move up a spot or two. Young lady 43 with the kind of shotgun appearing blue barrel will be next in this class. Again, one that's just a little past 12 o'clock. Longer the drive goes on, this one wants to kind of labor out here in terms of his movement, but a hog that has some dimension and some muscle working in him. We just need to kind of reconstruct him. And then the young man there, number 20, again, got one that's a real production-oriented hog. Looks like he's went out and grown extremely well for the young man. One that we just need to stouten him in terms of his skeleton and just just really give him a shot more muscle to go along, again, with all that flexibility he has. Nice class. Give him a hand.
Yeah.
Another really nice group here. The top trio here, really good. And again, some subtle differences as we've talked. But again, I think the one, kind of from start to finish, hit me the hardest and, continues to hit me really hard versus its contemporaries here in this particular group is going to be this young lady here with the belted barrel off to my left. Again, a really nice barrel. Again, when this guy comes out, again, just really opened up, super square, really, again, from the top side of his blade to his knee to the ground. Really appreciate that about him. You get on the top side of his skeleton, really fresh, very youthful in terms of his turn to his top. Again, and when he goes away from you, extremely square and balanced, again, from behind. Again, got enough soundness and feature, real nice place to start. Young lady with the blue gild is going to be next. And again, this is another super high quality market hog here in this particular drive. Again, probably what beats this one in my mind is maybe she's just a nickel in terms of her feature. She's a little finer featured. She's a little flatter in terms of her foot, and probably really from her blade to knee to ground, she wants to just collapse and cave just a nickel there. But again, that's being awful picky of a really nice one, because when you get on top of this one and step in behind this one, she too is very genuine, very true, very fresh. Again, if we could change her front feet, change her again from the top side of her blade to the knee to the ground, give her just a nickel more kind of feature really through her whole entire skeleton, one that we can make an argument to move up. Round out with the young man there in third with the painted up barrel. Again, one that, brings some real high quality pieces to this particular drive. He too is stout in terms of his feature. He's the most kind of flat and plain about his muscle pattern, especially through his heart and the center portion of his body. But again, a really good looking, well prepared, attractive kind of a market barrel on the side profile. We just need to pry this guy apart to give him a shot more muscle. Nice trio. Give those three kids a nice round of applause.
All right, in third place here in Class 8 is John Addison. Second place is Bracy O'Berry. And your winner of Class 8 is Reese Richards.
Yeah, she did a really nice job. Yeah, probably between, once we get through the division drive here, I'll probably take a mile break.
Do we have a showmanship? I mean, it's going to add any?
Wait, Scarlett.
Do you have any?
Who, the three? Yep, no, four. So I got, I added in Claire, yes. Okay.
From showmanship from Class A will be Bracy O'Berry, Reese Richards, John Addison, and Claire McClellan. All right, our final class entering the ring here, class number 9. Class number 9 starts off with Molly Elliott. Molly's hog weighing in at 278 pounds. Next we have Stella Hanley. Stella's hog also weighing in at 278. Next is Eli Holmes. Eli's hog weighs 278 as well. Next we have Rhett Whitehurst. Rhett's hog weighing 280. Followed by Deanna Turner. Deanna's hog weighing 280 as well. Next is Rhea Smith. Rhea's hog weighing 281. Next is Aubrey Luke. Aubrey's hog weighing 281. And rounding out class number 9 is Raylan Owens. Raylan Owens hog weighing 289 as well. Judge, that's class 9 market hogs.
Hey, did he say he's taking a break after green reserve?
All right, we have 3 more classes after this.
Go before class 10.
We want to let all of our prospective buyers know that we will have a live auction here Thursday night at 6 o'clock, just like we always do, right here in the Livestock Arena. Thursday night at 6 p.m., we will have a regular auction right here. In addition to that, if you do not wish to come in person, there will be an option for an online auction. You can bid online through cattleinmotion.com. You will need to register with cattleinmotion.com by Wednesday at 6 p.m. But you can always come just like normal right here to the live auction and bid just like you always do.
Another nice class. Again, we pulled 3 off. Young lady number 90 there is going to be 4th here in this particular drive. Again, another really kind of high quality gill here in this particular drive. Again, one that we could maybe just kind of reconstruct her from behind. Again, if we could just have her reach and go and take that swelling out of her hocks. Again, I like this gill from the side profile quite a bit. Again, we just need to kind of reconstruct her there, open her up and kind of square her blade to knee to ground. But again, another really kind of high quality gilt there to land in 4th here in this particular class. Fifth is going to be the young man driving the blue mask gilt here off to my left. Again, a gilt that has a tremendous amount of muscle working in her. Again, one we need to kind of reconstruct and give her a little different look. Again, from the side, make her a little taller shoulder. Again, make her, just kind of more extended in terms of her length of cannon bone really through her entire skeleton. But again, appreciate that once the amount of muscle that gilt has here in this particular class. Young lady here with this other painted up barrel here is going to be next. Again, one that just doesn't blend and balance quite as well on the side profile, but again, a hog that does have some muscle when we get on the top side of his skeleton. Duroc appearing barrel will be next. He does have a nickel more muscle in terms of the two above him in this particular class. Again, we just need to kind of reconstruct that, having blend and balance to go ahead and put him together a little differently. And then the pig off to my left here, the other painted up barrel. Again, the lightest muscled, kind of the finest featured, one that's a little flatter and plainer about his rib cage. I do like him from the side profile. We just need to pry him apart and give him a shot more muscle. Nice group. 4 through 7, I believe. Give him a nice hand as they head back. Put your hands together here for our top trio in the final class here of the afternoon or this evening, whatever it is. Again, the logical place for me to start would be this young lady kind of with the painted up, chromed up barrel here off to my left. Again, I think, he puts together the most positives here versus his contemporaries in this particular group. Again, when he comes out of the holding pen, again, one that's extremely opened up, really square from the top side of his blade all the way down through his knee to the ground. I call him, more ideal length of body in terms of a market hog build and look, really tall-shouldered, and again, has a tremendous amount of look, fresh enough on the top side of his skeleton for being a heavyweight barrel. At times I step off to the side of him, and again, I wonder, is it the footing, or is he maybe just a nickel uncomfortable the way he wants to plant and drive from behind? But when you study him, he hits the ground square from behind. I'd just like to maybe see him just take a little more authoritative drive and go, and again, I'm blaming the footing here, I don't know. Young lady with the fine belted barrel there in the center is going to be second in this class, and And this guy is really, really out there in some of the pieces that this guy has. And again, for being a heavyweight market hog, this guy looks like he needs to weigh about 350 to probably be finished. But again, when you get off to the side and study this guy for the unique pieces that he has in terms of foot size and bone and structure and look, I really, really like those things about him. He just gets way too shallow in terms of his width and his power and dimension. And again, I say that's immaturity. This hog looks really, really immature. And again, looks like one that's going to have to keep pounding at the feed bucket to go ahead and pull apart and get wider and get more massive to go along with that really, really striking silhouette that he has from the side, which is really, really cool. I just like, again, he's just a little too flat, a little too plain. Need to open that guy up. Blue Barrel is completely opposite. He probably follows our class winner a little closer in terms of his width and his power and his dimension. I just don't see him being stout enough in terms of his feature and his structure starting in his feet. He's got the smallest set of feet. He's real fine in terms of his bone work and structure. Again, we like to extend him and clean him up from his blade forward. But again, a real powerhouse that's really, really got a good turn to his top side of his skeleton. A hog that has some muscle. Again, we just need to give him a shot more. Again, kind of feature stoutness, taller shoulder, and really stouten him up in terms of his foot and his bone size. Nice class. Give those three a nice hand.
All right. Here in Class 9, in third place is Raylan Owens. In second place, Deanna Turner. And your winner of Class 9 is Stella Henley. All right, we'll bring out these last three class winners, the winners of Class 7, 8, and 9 for our Division III drive. Our Class 7 winner was Lanaya Rumberger. Our Class 8 winner was Reese Richards. And the winner of Class 9 is Stella Handley. Judge, this is your Division III drive.
We're going to take a break after we get done with this division drive, right? Oh, maybe I take a break. Maybe I'm taking a break.
Well, you see who our guest.
We are going to take a short break after this division drive. Just want to let everybody know. So we'll get these winners locked up here, and then we will be taking a short 5-10 minute break here.
How about this third division? Give your three young ladies here a nice round of applause for bringing an outstanding trio out here, market bearers. All three really, really good. And again, I think we could, make an argument for all three of these, and, we're going to get a chance to look at, at least one more here that, again, I think is super, super high quality, here in this division. We get them out here, all three of them, and kind of break them down, and again, talk about the things that, again, hopefully you've heard me sort of be repetitive, depending on the, within every division. Again, one that, probably what I would call is the safest. And again, the one that's the most complete, the most balanced, the one that, again, is opened up and is the truest and squarest off both of its ends of its skeleton. Probably doesn't have as many of the super duper unique pieces as maybe one other one that has out here. But for me, the one that's the safest, the most complete, the most balanced, the squarest, still has show ring appeal, still has show ring look, freshness up high. The young lady there in the center with the White Delta Bear will be your champion here in the 3rd Division. Congratulations.
All right, so we need Bracy O'Berry back in the ring. Bracy O'Berry.
We dropped the blue gilt in, and again, we talked about, just some high quality pieces that gilt brings to the table again, and just terms of, again, freshness, and again, just sort of that body and center rib, and quite honestly, sometimes that's a little easier to feed into a gilt and keep them fresh and youthful and looking like she does on the top side of her skeleton. We talked about, maybe what's the things that put her in second place. Again, she's, probably a little, where I would change her again is, again, from that blade to knee to ground. She wants to kind of cave and right there at her knee, and then again, it's a little harder to see here in this surface, but she's the flattest footed in terms of her posture and strength. And again, I know that sometimes I get criticized. I know last year I wasn't even out of West Palm Beach, and I'm getting blown up with overcertain on posture and strength and all those kind of things. And I get that. To put one together that looks like that is extremely, extremely difficult. And again, I commend the breeder and the young lady for getting that one ready. She looks really, really good. But when we get out here again, I just think there's one that pushed our champion in this particular division really, really hard. It has some things that, again, are in my mind are elite quality things that doesn't matter if you're in the state of Florida or, again, I've had the opportunity to judge in 8 different states. It doesn't matter what state you're in. These pieces get you to the front of the line pretty quick. Change a thing or two about this one. Again, I'm probably a little too safe in how I judge, but this young lady here off to my right will be reserved here in this particular drive. Give her a nice round of applause.
All right, here in Division 3, your second place in Division 3 is Stella Hanley. And first place in Division 3 is Ruth Richards. All right, let's give all these young people here a big round of applause. We'll take a short break here and get ready to bring Class 10 in the ring here in just a few minutes.
He's back.
All right, I think we're back and ready for our next class. So, and grab your seats. We'll head into our last 3 classes. All right, we're ready for Class 10. Class 10, in Class 10 today is going to be Jack Sebring. Jack's hog weighing in at 282 pounds. We also have Charles Springsteen, another 282-pound hog. In Class 10, we have Landry Borden, a 283-pound hog. Landry's bringing into the ring today. We have Taylor Barcenas. Taylor's hog weighing again at 283 pounds. Next is Peyton Pravat with a 284-pound hog, followed by Skylar Rollerson with a 284-pound hog as well. Next is Emma Mello with a 286-pound hog. Then we have Clayton Campbell with another 286-pound hog. And the final exhibitor in Class 10 is Jack Swine. Jack's hog weighing in at 286 pounds. Judge, this is Class 10 market swine.
Went ahead and pulled 4 out here, take a little closer look at it. Again, some really high quality pigs left in the ring. Young man there, 17, is I guess would be fifth here in this particular drive. Again, that barrel get off to the side, has some really cool pieces about him, stout in terms of his feature. Maybe just doesn't blend and balance, is getting a little coarser in terms of his head and his face, and then he just doesn't carry that amount of mass and squareness that he has up high down to the ground. We could change that about him again. I think, we could, make an argument to move up a spot or two, here in this particular drive. A young lady here, 118 with the kind of calico colored gilt. Again, one that probably isn't sound and flexible enough, but again, one that has some muscle and some dimension and some power working there. That again, I think lands her in sixth relatively easy. Young man with the other calico barrel there, 77 will be next one out. Again, one that has some look from the side, one that's just a little plainer in terms of his muscle design when I get up on the top side of his skeleton. And again, one that's starting to show his age just a little bit from his blade forward in terms of his chine bone, one to be up, carrying a little more, again, kind of carry down through his jowl. If we could clean him up there. The Berkshire appearing barrel be next. Again, one that is really, really raw in terms of his top shape. Again, one that just needs to stout in terms of his feature, make him a little taller at the point of his shoulder, and then round out the class with the red barrel. Again, one that has some muscle working in him. He's the most racy and the most past 12 o'clock in the lower third of his body. Nice class. Give those exhibitors a nice hand. Another nice group here. Again, I think a logical place to start be the young lady with the coal black gilt here off to my left. Again, one that puts together, so many positive things starting at the ground. Again, one that has a great big set of feet, and again, really square off of both ends of her skeleton. You get up on the top side of her, and again, really fresh, very youthful in terms of the turn to her top side of her skeleton for a heavyweight. Again, very, very clean and useful still from her blade forward. Maybe ideally you'd like to give her just a nickel more turn in terms of her curvature to her rib cage, but again, that's a really, really high quality show gilt to go ahead and be in first place here in this particular class. Second place is going to be the young lady 184 with the painted up barrel there. Again, I thought he was next best in terms of his stoutness, heaviness of feature. Again, the one that balanced and kind of came together the next best for me. Again, one that's maybe just shown a little past 12 o'clock versus the one in front of him here in class with another nice barrel. Young man 83 will be next one out. Again, I like some really unique pieces about this one. This one's super, super heavy muscle. One that just doesn't blend and balance quite as well. Like to change that one right there to Hamloin Junction. Like to make that one maybe a nickel taller shoulder. But again, a really, really heavy muscled kind of a gilt. We just need to blend and balance that one just a nickel more. And then in fourth, we'll round out with the calico. Again, this one is the most, again, kind of flatter in terms of her muscle design. Starting at the ground, she gets, the narrowest in terms of her skeleton. She's the finest in terms of her feature, but again, has a real showy look about her from behind. A nice kind of a gilt to round out. Give all four of those exhibitors a nice hand, please.
All right, here in Class 10, your third place is Jack Sebring. Second place is Taylor Barcenas. And your winner here in Class 10 is Emma Mello. Nice job, everyone.
Barcenas girl. So two of them? Three. Emma, Landry, and Barcenas. Three. One in each division.
All right, and coming back for showmanship from Class 10 will be Landry Borden, Taylor Barcenas, and Emma Mello. Nice job there. All right, our next class, Class 11, entering the ring. This is Keely Lewis with a 288-pound hog. Abby Jones. Abby's hog weighing at 289. And then we have Jack Barbin. Jack's hog weighing at 289 as well. Then we have Olivia Hodo. Olivia's hog weighing 289. Rounding out this class is Lauren Heron. Lauren's hog weighing in at 290 pounds. Judge, this is Class 11 Market Swine.
Again, a little more give and take on this top pair. Again, quite a bit of differences in the two of them, but the one I continue to kind of come back and land on, young lady number 46 over here in the far left corner, is going to be your class winner. Again, just to me, the one that puts together the most positives and is the most balanced. Really, as I studied this one, kind of from front to back, one that has some look, a hog that has a tremendous amount of muscle working, and is still relatively fresh and youthful when you get up on the top side of his skeleton. He's square when you look at him going from behind. Ideally, you maybe like to extend him and make him a little taller shoulder, but again, I think he just, to me, puts together the most balanced, safest package here in this particular class. Young lady 194 with the sort of wider belted girl there on the center portion of the ring is going to be the next one out. And again, I really like some things about this one. From the side profile, this guy is the most kind of youthful and again, probably has more show ring appeal, especially from his blade forward in terms of, again, just being his freshness, in terms of his look. He gets a little flatter and plainer out of his forerib, gets a little longer, which makes him just a little bit out of proportion from the side profile. If we could just, again, kind of shorten him up in terms of his length of body, I like some pieces about him and his fresh, youthful look from the side to go ahead and be second here in this particular class. Young lady on the far end there with the off-belted barrel is going to be third here in this class. Again, this one does have a little more muscle, kind of like our classware. This one just again, kind of the longer the drive goes on, this one wants to labor out here, not get around the ring as good as what he should. But again, just from a muscle mass and composition standpoint, I thought that was the safest place to land. Next going to be the young lady here off to my right, again with kind of the chromed up one. Again, this girl here is, again, just has some look from the side. She's the lightest in terms of her muscles. She's the finest in terms of her feature, in terms of her foot and bone work. Again, we just need to pull that one apart, freshen her up on the top side of her skeleton. Then the blue barrel here, again, has some muscle. He just, again, maybe just a little uncoordinated, if you will, as you watch him go from behind. And one that, again, just maybe doesn't have enough freshness and turnness on the top side of his skeleton to go ahead and compete with those above him. But a nice class here. Give him a nice round of applause as they head back.
All right, here in Class 11, in third place is Lauren Heron. In second place is Olivia Hodo. And your winner here in Class 11 is Abby Jones. All right, we're ready for our final class in the ring, Class 12. In Class 12, we have Addie Ferguson. Addie bringing a 293-pound hog in the ring. We have Aiden Ogg, also with a 293-pound hog. We have Brooke Barcinas with a 293-pound hog. Then we have Kendra Cornell with a 294-pound hog. We have Cameron Durr with a 294-pound hog. And then we have Ethan Rollerson. Ethan's hog weighing in at 295 pounds. And the final hog here this evening is being brought in by Lena Hood. Lena's hog weighing in at 298 pounds. Judge, this is your Class 12 market swine.
Another nice class here to, I guess, round out the heavyweights. This young lady here off to my right, 13, is going to win this particular class. Again, I think a gift that, again, at this heavier weight is the most complete, the most balanced, and puts together the most things in terms of look and build and design. Again, for as amount of muscle she has, she handles it really, really good. And when you get on the top side of her skeleton, she's very fresh, she's very youthful. And what really, really sets her apart here against her contemporaries in this particular class is from her blade forward. She really has a unique look and kind of shape, carries herself extremely, extremely well here in this particular drive. Next going to be this young lady right here in the center of the ring, 193. Again, another really, really nice kind of a build here in this particular drive that, again, has some pieces that we like extremely well in terms of when we get her out on the side. Again, one that's super tall shouldered, one that has some look. I just see this one as maybe being a nickel longer body, maybe just doesn't blend and balance quite as well in terms of a market hog setting in terms of her length of body. She too maybe wants to get just a little, what I would call narrower at the ground as I see her from blade to knee to ground, wants to maybe just cave in just a nickel there, put a really, really nice gilt there to land in second. A young lady 185 will be third here in this particular drive. Again, a barrel that I think probably is more ideal in terms of his length of body than the pig, the gill above him in class, but he just doesn't balance and blend. His proportions aren't quite as good as what that gill was above him. Again, if we could just kind of have his top line kind of blend and balance, again, square him too from blade to knee to ground, again, and kind of blend him right there at his hem-loin junction. I do like his length of body just a nickel better than that gill above him here in this particular class. Young lady with the pig that's, again, a little tighter shaved, again, is going to be next here in this particular class. Again, a hog that has some turn to his top, is fresh in terms of his top shape. Again, he's one that doesn't carry that mass that he has up high down through the center portion of his hem and down into his stifle to go ahead and push him up any higher. Young lady here off to my left, 192, is going to be next. I like the front two-thirds of this barrel quite a bit. He wants to get a little shorter, a little steeper, and a little rounder in terms of his hip. He wants to get a little plainer down low and gets a little, again, kind of past 12 o'clock, if you will, here in this particular class. Young man with the white-footed barrel is going to be next here in this particular class. Again, one that has a tremendous amount of muscle and shape. He too just doesn't blend and balance, wants to get a little shorter, steeper, and rounder in his hip. If we could change that about him, again, we do appreciate the amount of muscle that he has. And then round out the class with the red pig, again, one that we'd like to change from a structural standpoint and give that hog just a shot more muscle. Nice class to round out. Give class 12 a nice round if you would as they head out.
All right, here in class 12, your third place is Brooke Marcinus. In second place is Addie Ferguson. And your winner of Class 12 is Kendra Cornell. And coming back for showmanship will be Addie Ferguson and Kendra Cornell. All right, and we'll begin our Division 4 drive now with our 3 class winners. And again, your winner from Class 10 was Emma Mello. Class 11 was Abby Jones. And Class 12 was Kendra Cornell.
There's a bunch of Cornells in here. Glad you said that. Because I even wrote it Cornell.
All right, now they're getting them out of the pens and into the ring, so we'll go through that again. Class 10 is Emma Mello. Class 11 winner was Abby Jones. And Class 12 winner is Kendra Connell.
How about a nice round of applause for our Division 4 winners here, I guess. Again, all three of these young ladies doing a really, really nice job. Again, all three of these gilts, bring a couple pieces that are, unique to the drive here. But again, I think there's one that, I just kind of set on when we get them out here in terms of the 3-class winner. The young lady with the all-black gilt will win this particular division. Give her a nice round of applause.
We need Taylor Barcenas back in the ring.
Fourth time's the charm on that. Apologize. Again, we get out here for reserve in this heavier division. I think it gets a little closer between the two, a pair of them out here. And, again, the longer I study them, and, quite honestly, neither one of them cooperating extremely well and getting out here and kind of showing themselves off. And, people, oh, well, what's that got to do with anything? Well, it is a hog show, and we got to kind of evaluate these hogs out here on the move, and again, using the whole ring, and if we're digging them out of the corners and all those things, it makes it a little more difficult to sort of evaluate the things that you want to look at. And again, to me, there's one that's maybe a nickel fresher, probably a little finer featured in terms of foot and bone work. The one that's definitely a little stouter in terms of foot and feature, maybe a little bit past just 12 o'clock in terms of his condition. But again, I think once we kind of get them out here and break them down, the one that suits me next best will be the second in class to the champion here in this division, young lady 184.
All right, in second place here in the division is Taylor Barcenas. And your Division 4 winner is Emma Mello. All right, we're going to get ready for our grand drive here. But we also need you seniors that have been called back for showmanship. I'm going to go through the list here. Senior showmanship, you need to head to your pins. That's Emma Welch, Addie O'Berry, Carly Eero, Angelique Johnson, Summer Robinson, Lanaya Rumberger, Clarice McClellan, Claire McClellan, Taylor Barcenas, and Addie Ferguson. Those seniors need to head to your pin for showmanship as we get ready for our grand drive. All right, here we go with our grand drive now. These are the winners of the 4 divisions. Your winner from Division 1 is Amber Young. Your winner from Division 2 is Kimberly Lopez. From Division 3 is Reese Richards. And from Division 4, Emma Mello. All right, all 4 hogs are in the ring. Again, your Division 1 winner, Amber Young. Division 2, Kimberly Lopez. Division 3 winner is Reese Richards. And Division 4 winner was Emma Mello. Judge, this is your grand champion drive. Again, we'll be doing showmanship after our grand drive. Our senior showmen should be at their pins. Would also like to invite our intermediate showmanship participants to make their way to their pins as well. We have a large group of intermediate showmen. That's going to be broken into 2 heats. But all of these folks need to start heading to your pins for intermediate showmanship. Hadley Whitehurst, Caleb Scott, Ethan Bush, Brooker Revel, Amber Young, Macy Albritton, Kayla Givens. That'll be the first heat of intermediate. Also head to your pins for the second heat of intermediate will be Kimberly Lopez.
What's that?
Lily Stam, Bracy O'Berry, Reese Richards, Stella Hanley, Raylene Owens, and Emma Mello.
I know we got the showmanship to work through, and like most shows, half the crowd will get up and leave, and so we'll say a few words here. While I got the opportunity here with the full stands again, like I led off with again. Tremendous opportunity that you guys have in front of you here. Again, you kids, don't take this for granted. Again, there's places in other states where we're not given this same opportunity to come out here and do what you do and have a stands full of folks. And again, I'm not here to get on a political soapbox and say what's right or what's wrong. All I know is raising good kids starts in an arena like this, and when we're all cooped up, that doesn't happen. As I mentioned in my bio, I manage 13 states for Bayer Crop Science. I have 8 employees and 2 PhD agronomists that report to me. And you know what? They're from the James River in Virginia to Bangor, Maine. You know what they all have in common? They all were in this ring. This ring creates great adults, great people that show up to work every day and give 110%. And don't let anybody ever tell you any different. Doesn't matter what state of the union you're in. So kids, again, make sure you tell your parents, your grandparents, your brothers, your sisters, your advisors, whoever helped you get here, your breeders. Again, I know it takes a small family to get this done. Again, I hope everybody will look at the hogs. Yes, they're all black. Other than that, I hope you see some similarities in terms of where I place my priorities. Again, like I said, I've been doing this my whole life. I've had hogs in my life my whole entire life. We run about 50 sows currently. My brother-in-law and I. This is what we live, eat, sleep, and drink is our hobby. I know what kind of effort it takes to get these hogs to look like this. I know what kind of effort it takes for these kids to have these hogs to come out here and perform like this. I know what it takes on the parents and the advisors and who's helping checkbook to make this happen. Again, you're only one click away, and you can buy hogs from California to the Eastern Shore, and obviously from Florida to Wisconsin. Every night there's 5 or 6 sales, and again, I understand there's lots of choices and lots of opportunities. I would tell you kids, don't chase the fad. Get with somebody that cares about you and is willing to help you. I can tell just looking around ringside, there's lots of people in the audience that are willing to help you be successful if this is what you want to do. There's tons and tons of opportunities, not just in the Midwest anymore. You know, we just finished the Southeast Regional down in Perry, Georgia, not that far away. If this is what you want to do, there are opportunities for each and every one of you to have this and be successful doing that. One final comment. Again, I understand a lot of people have put a lot of time, effort, energy, money into this project. I know a lot of you standing along ringside don't agree with how I lined the hogs up. I would ask you to do one thing for me. Agree that if you look at the 4 I have out there, they're pretty similar in type and kind. Don't mean they got to be your type and kind, but when we go back to the barn, let's practice one thing. And that is, what I always talk about is, what's the most powerful thing we can do? And that is remain silent. So before we start pointing fingers at her mom and dad, or you know what they paid for that pig, or where it came from, or you know the judge knows so-and-so from so-and-so, once removed wife, cousin's neighbor. Practice silence and tell your kids, we'll get them next time. I raised 2 kids in this, doing the same thing. My daughter's 25 years old, lives in Austin, Texas. My son's 27 and lives in Western Ohio. I hope they want to raise their kids doing this too. I can promise you, we got our tails kicked, and there was a lot of days that I stood along ringside and said, what in the world is he or she looking at? And I went back and talked to my kids that way. I wish I could change that today. It doesn't matter, again, where those hogs come from, who's helping, it really doesn't matter. We're all here together. The Highlands County Fair Board, your commissioners, your health board, I don't know who made this happen. I can promise you there are lots of states that this is not happening in. And again, thank you for having me. It's been a blast. We'll sort through your showmanships and as quickly and timely as we can. I hope each and every kid sets a new record at the sale. That's one good thing COVID's brought. It's brought the buyers out. So if there's buyers in the ring, send a loud message to these kids how much you appreciate them. Again, thank you to Scarlett for having me. It's been a blast. Central Florida, your weather is to die for in February. Thank you. It's been my pleasure.
As he takes one final look, let's give a big Highlands County thank you to our judge here tonight, Judge Dustin Ehrman. Thank you. Carly Euro is in the ring now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moment you've all been waiting for here. Your reserve grand champion for the 2021 Swine Show here at the Highlands County Fair is Reese Richards. And your grand champion is Amber Young. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. What a great job, a great job of showmanship and great animals coming in here to the ring tonight. And again, your grand champion, one last big round of applause, Amber Young. Next up is going to be our showmanship.
No point for anything below that. Can you hear me on that one?
So is this seniors or what do we got here? Seniors? We got that list?
They're wondering what to do.
We need our senior showman, Emma Welch, Addie O'Berry, Carly Euro, Angela Johnson, Summer Robinson, Lanaya Rumberger, Claire McClellan, Taylor Barcinas, and Addie Ferguson make up our senior showman. And they'll be coming into the ring here shortly.
You guys have to, right?
Should have 9 participants ready to come into the ring.
Is she the
Yes. Taylor. She's already in there. She's in. She's in. She's one of the ones.
I know, but she wants him to come out of the gate. This
Gotcha.
year.
Gotcha.
So she,
Gotcha.
so she was,
Right.
she, all right, they're coming in.
All right, here we go with our senior showmanship. Again, we have Emma Welsh, Addie O'Berry, Carly Yarrow, Angeli Johnson, Summer Robinson, Lanaya Rumberger, Claire McClellan, Taylor Barcinas, and Addie Ferguson. Judge, this is your senior showman.
Should I say these again? Intermediates?
No.
Okay.
Well, you can.
Yeah, after this class will be our intermediate showmanship. The first heat of intermediate showmanship should be at their pins. That's Hadley Whitehurst, Caleb Scott, Ethan Bush, Brooker Revel, Amber Young, Macy Albritton, and Kaylee Gibbons. The second heat of intermediate showmanship will be Kimberly Lopez, Lily Stam, Bracy O'Berry, Reese Richards, Stella Handley, Raylyn Owens, and Emma Mello. I just called your name. Either heat of intermediate showmanship, you should be at your pin.
Is that the final one? Juniors, the final one?
Our junior showman, you can make your way to your pins as well. Colton Bice, Marley Brooker, Seth Bush, Dale LaFlamboy, Kaylin McWaters, John Addison, Deanna Turner, Landry Borden, and Kendra Connell. Those junior showmen, you can make your way to your pins as well.
When it comes to showmanship, I'm kind of keep it simple and not end up, figure eights and getting barrels or trash cans and chairs and doing all that. Again, for me, those of you that haven't had the opportunity to come up and show yet, so again, sort of 10 to 15 foot away, use the center of the ring, make sure you show me all angles of your pig, keep your pig going and driving, skin and hairs, again, homework in this class really, really matters, and again, again, not to get on my soapbox, this is a class where each and every kid has a chance, and again, it doesn't matter, I say this about every time I judge, if you keep your pigs at a rented farm or you live on a one acre lot with a truck cap in the backyard for your place for your pigs to stay, you can excel at this. You hear the Freddie 4-H'er comment all the time. I can tell you most of us judging, including myself, was a Freddie 4-H'er at one time. Went to the first pig sale and pigs were bringing $75 a piece, and my dad about had a heart attack. So there ain't no way we're spending $75 on a show pig. We'll go home and find you something. So again, you can do this at home. You don't have to have an expensive pig. You don't have to have a big fancy facility. It's time in the yard. It's time with the brush. It's time with the shovel keeping your pen clean. And that's really all you need to do. When we get out here, again, show all angles of your pigs, stay at a nice, steady, even pace. Look for some separation so you can work by yourself. Drives me crazy at Drug and Hog Show. Everybody's doing the same thing in a big ball right in front of you. Find some space to work by yourself. Obviously, you don't want to get too far away. When we get out here in the seniors, again, I think Helen Keller could find this one. She did the best job from start to finish. This young lady here with the gray belt is going to be your champion senior. For the reserve, I think it gets a little closer between a couple of them, but again, really from start to finish, eye contact, keeping this barrel moving. Again, I talked about her a little bit in class about I was a little disappointed that the hog was clipped a little tighter than what I would deem ideal, but you can tell time spent with this hog all fall and winter long. This young lady right here in front of me will be reserved. Give her a nice round of applause. Good job.
Here for senior showman, your reserve champion is Renaya Rumberger. And your grand champion senior showman is Carly Euro. Nice job, everyone. Nice job. All right, in our first heat of our intermediate showmanship will be Hadley Whitehurst, Caleb Scott, Ethan Bush, Brooker Revel, Amber Young, Macy Albritton, and Kaylee Gibbons. On deck with the second heat of intermediate showmanship will be Kimberly Lopez, Lily Stam, Bracy O'Berry, Reese Richards, Stella Hanley, Waylon Owens, and Emma Mello. So again, entering the ring here now, first heat, intermediate showmanship, Hadley Whitehurst, Caleb Scott, Ethan Bush, Brooker Rebel, Amber Young, Macy Albritton, and Kaylee Gibbons. Judge, this is your first heat, intermediate showman. On deck for intermediate showmanship will be Kimberly Lopez, Lily Stam, Bracy O'Berry, Reese Richards, Stella Hanley, Raylyn Owens, and Emma Mello.
She's back there somewhere. The dad's right here saying she's back there. Raylan Owens.
Raylan Owens, he could. We need you to the on deck pins with your hog. Raylan Owens, you'll be in the next heat of intermediate showman.
I think they
All right, I think we're ready for our second heat now of intermediate showman. Entering the ring are going to be Kimberly Lopez, Lily Stam, Bracy O'Berry, Reese Richards, Stella Handley, Raylyn Owens, and Emma Mello. Judge, this is your second heat of intermediate showmanship. All right, junior showman. If you've been called back for junior showmanship, you're going to be in the on-deck pins next. Junior showmanship is Colton Bice, Marley Brooker, Seth Bush, Dale LaFlamboy, Kaylin McWaters, John Addison, Deanna Turner, Landry Borden, and Kendra Connell. All right, it looks like we're ready now for our intermediate final drive. All right, for your intermediate showmanship final drive, we have Amber Young, Macy Albritton, Reese Richards, and Emma Mello.
Apologize, maybe taking a little longer time, and yeah, had to, do a few things. Typically, and I think hopefully you watched me during the show. When I step in behind them, I really want the kids to just kind of drive them away. I'm kind of evaluating, kind of that hip hawk to ground kind of placement. I'm not necessarily, trying to get the kid out of position. So, obviously we get into showmanship and the kids get amped up a little bit. When I step in behind them, their initial thoughts is one of two things. One is to go between me and the hog, behind the hog, and then, they're like, where is he? Where'd he go? Or they want to quickly go to the front and stop the pig from moving. So again, it's, it's kind of a fine finesse thing that, you just kind of got to work on. I think all four of these ladies doing an outstanding job. Again, you can look at the skin and hair on all four of these hogs and tell, again, lots and lots of time, effort, energy went into getting these hogs prepared to show probably not only today, but at other shows. Again, I thought the showman that did the best job would be the young lady with the gray gilt. She'll be your champion. The young lady with the all black gilt will be your reserve champion here in the senior. Give them a nice round of applause. Good job.
All right, in second place, intermediate showman is Emma Mello. That's your reserve grand champion there, showman. And your grand champion showman in the intermediate division is Bracy O'Berry. All right, our final group here for showmanship are juniors. Entering the ring, Colton Bice, Marley Brooker, Seth Bush, Dale Laflamboy, Carlin McWaters, John Addison, Deanna Turner, Landry Borden, and Kendra Connell will be entering the ring here to compete for junior showman. We'd again like to thank Michael Wilkinson, Kai Pollard, and Jackson McCracken, all from the Avon Park Senior FFA, for running the live feed tonight on YouTube so many people could enjoy the Highlands County Junior Livestock Show here tonight. Thank you to these three young men for setting up the equipment and running the video for us. A great job. Want to invite everybody here tomorrow night. 6:30 will be our commercial heifer show. So come out tomorrow night at 6:30 and see a fine group of cattle here, right here tomorrow night at 6:30.
How about a nice round of applause for all the juniors here? Again, this is, the future of the, Highlands County, 4-H and FFA and Swine department here. And if that's the case, it's in, really good hands. I hate to be critical of kids this age. Again, I think they're all out here doing a really, really outstanding job. Obviously, there's a couple youngsters out here, I think, that probably have, just a little more experience. Been through the ring maybe a time or two more than the rest of them. And obviously, that's what this is all about, is repetition. So, again, I would really encourage all of you kids and parents and advisors, again, no matter how big or how small the show is, if you get an opportunity to go out and get through the ring a time or two, again, I think it, really, really bodes well for you. And again, does, helps the hogs kind of settle in and the kids as well. Your champion junior in this particular ring is going to be the young lady with the green 4-H vest on. Give her a nice round of applause for doing an outstanding job here today. Good job. Again, for reserve, I thought it got a little bit closer. Again, kind of as time went on, there was one that probably hit me a little harder on the front end of the show, and then one that probably hit me a little harder on the back end of the show. But, kind of the longer the drive goes on, and you look at, again, just total body of work, this young lady driving straight at me is going to be a reserve junior showman. Give her a nice round of applause. Thanks again. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of your fair.
All right, and your reserve grand champion, junior showman, is Deanna Turner. Your grand champion, junior showman, is Kevin McLaughlin. Nice job, everyone. We appreciate everybody coming out tonight for the 2021 Highlands County Junior Livestock Show. We want to remind everybody the judge will be around here for a few minutes to take some pictures back here by the backboard. We need the champions back for pictures. Thank you all for coming out. We'll see you tomorrow night at 6:30 for the heifer show.